Hello farmers and welcome back to Kinlaig and Farming Simulator 25. It's a Saturday. Hopefully everyone's having a good start to the weekend. Hello Bob, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So I guess at the end of yesterday's stream, if you're wondering what happened there and did not see my post on Discord, I had a power cut. And power came back on like in just under a minute. But by the time I got the stream up and running and got it going and got the notice out there, I figured, well, I've already streamed 3 hours, and yesterday I wasn't feeling the best, so I figured, well, we'll just pick it up off where we left off today. I did come on last night, though, just to, because I didn't know where my last save was, and luckily, pretty much right where the power cut, basically, is where we left off. So all the work I had done was already saved. The only thing, while I was getting ready to do, was feed the Highland cattle. Our cattle are out on TMR, so we're going to go ahead and do that. But since I was on last night, I went ahead and took care of the sawmill, so that's going to be good for a couple more months, and hopefully long enough to where our oak trees will be fully developed, and then we can just do our oak trees from down by the sawmill. So first step for today is feed the Highland cattle, which I was, I think it was actually right about here when the power cut. But, yep, all I had to do, the game pretty much saved, like I said, right where we left off. So that was kind of good. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Adam. Welcome also. All right, let's go ahead and back up. So about 35,000 liters of TMR is what we need. So this is all I really have to do for the month of April. We were getting ready to move on to the month of May, and we will do that here very soon. Got lots of grass in here to be made into silage. We got a lot of silage there. All right, so some TMR. Like I said, about 35,000 liters would be good. Month of May, the only thing I'll have to do is fertilize one of the grass fields, and I think that's about it. All right, 35, close enough. Just sneak on in here as one does. And, yep, you guys get some beautiful TMR. And they are good to go. Good to go. So let's go up here to the home. Oh, yeah, I'll feed Sam as well. Even though I'm getting ready to move on to another month. But we'll feed Sam. He's around here. He's around here somewhere. Store page. I kind of forgot. I want to keep my eye on the store page. See if the onion planter comes up. But no, it's not there. Hello, Lindsay and Crow Daddy. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. And come on into here. Yeah, we just need to go on. Wait a minute. Let me just double check on something here. I did save it when I did the sawmill. Yes, 107,000 liters. Like I said, I came back on here last night to see where the game saved. Last save before I had the power cut. And said, while I'm on here, I'll put some wood into the mill, so we're good to go there. Corey is doing fine. That's what I want to see. I want to see how far down is on water, but we're doing good there. Fish food factory. I think we've taken all of the fish food that we could on down to the young fish breeding. And yeah, we are making some fish there, which means we are getting some fish on the offshore kind of things. Looks like we're getting some stock piling going on there, which is good. Yeah, let's go ahead to the month of May, where we just got to fertilize the grass field. I may not even sell anything. We may just get right onto the month of June, where we might actually have some barley to harvest in June. I think I planted barley. A little bit of rain. We'll grab the... Actually, it's raining, but the forecast is showing sun. I also think when I get to June, our Highland cattle will have some offspring, and we'll sell the cattle after that happens. Not the offspring, but the cattle themselves. Their value is slowly dropping, but we want the 10 young calves that they will produce. So we are just down to the one grass field. The other grass field has been switched on over to a soybean field, which does remind me, though, I need to herbicide those fields with weeds. We'll get rid of the weeds that are there. So yeah, negative 8,000, but as we know, the sawmill and the stone production, they are making us some stuff that we can go ahead and sell, but don't need to sell it right away. If I'm not really hiring workers today, I don't really need the money as of yet. Just 2 passes is all we should need to do here. Giants giving a hard time. Need to update, but it says no space. Sounds like someone needs a bigger hard drive. Can't remember how big the file size is for Giants. Isn't it like 25 gigs or 30 gigs, something like that? I think I got a little section down here. I didn't get this corner. How is that looking? That's looking pretty good, as far as grass goes anyways. Let me just double check to make sure our soybean fields have weeds in it. Let's see. Yeah, we got weeds here, and yes, we got weeds down here. Oop, let's not go down through the woods. We'll also visit the castle, see how it's doing, but I should have enough product up there. The only thing I might run short on is cement bags. That's about the only thing I might run short on up there. At least for the time being. Well, there's Sam. Just laying out in the rain, but that's what a yellow lab might do. Okay, from one vehicle right next door to the other. Let's go take care of some weeds. So we should definitely get into harvesting today. And really should be, like I said, pretty soon. The barley might be ready in June. It's either June or July. But I don't have a lot of field work to do. And I'm not going to look for contracts to do while... I mean, if I don't have any of my own work to do, we'll skip on the contracts. Because obviously skipping to a month where I can do my own farm work would mean by skipping months, all the productions will keep on going. And I can make a lot of money that way. So this was our grass field. Got 3 cuts out of it. Was it 3 cuts? 1, 2? Yeah, 3 cuts off of it before we turned it into a soybean field. So, of course, all the grass we got off of this field has been made into silage, or is being made into silage. And just selling it straight up. So, I'm going to guess we probably are going to get like half of our money back that we paid for the field on just by making silage in the first year. So that's pretty good. I was looking at some more fields last night while I was on here with a sawmill as well. The 2 fields between this one and our other field that we own over by our farmyard, those 2 fields are not actually good soil types according to the possibility what the chart says. Overall yield in those fields is below 100%. So yeah, those type of fields we do not want to buy if we can help it. The one across the road from our sawmill, I think I looked at it like last farming season. That is a good field. I think I had corn in it at the time. But that's a good field to buy. And since, I got that field down there, getting another one over there might not be a bad idea. But we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I kind of want to save up to buy the lot of land that the windmill is on so we can start building that. But that's like $450,000, and that's going to be quite a ways off before I can afford that. You have to save game file because you don't know how to place a cow barn down. It's pretty simple to place a cow barn down. Sure, you can find a video on YouTube how to put down a cow barn. The problem with my save file is you can have a lot of problems if you don't have all the mods that I run. Right, so this soybean field should now be weed free. Let's go on to the next soybean field. Turn on our lone beacon on top. Luckily, with the See and Spot weed spraying, we haven't gone through that much herbicide as you would expect. So I don't need to buy any. There goes the steam train. It's just too bad we don't get to see the steam coming out of the chute. I guess they couldn't make it look good because you do got like steam coming out of chimneys on some of the village towns when winter comes. But I guess they couldn't get the steam to work on a passing train. There we go. The rain actually has stopped. Hello, McSimulate. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far. I can enter this soybean field now from here. You have seen steam coming from the train? Are you the lone person to have seen that? I see the train all the time and never see steam coming from it. Well, I guess it all depends, Crow Daddy. Where did you buy the game from? If you bought the game through Steam, that should automatically update. If you got it through Giants, then you got to go to Giants' homepage, and on top there should be a tab that says Updates. And that's where you can download the updates. Hello, Flying Medic. Welcome. Just a few more passes here and the weeds will be gone, and I think we're just going to go right into the month of June. Yeah, I guess I got rather lucky when I lost power yesterday that the game had just recently saved. I do have it on automatically saving every 10 minutes, so I knew it was going to be no more than 10 minutes that I may have lost, but I think I only lost like about a minute or two, which means I was just rattling on, just trying to figure out what to do next. Let me just double check, but I think we got all of the weeds here. Yep. All the weeds are brown there. All the weeds are brown there. So we are all set. Yeah, there goes the train again, and no steam. I've yet to see steam from it. Is it a thing? Did McSimulate? Did you have to like deliver coal? Did you deliver coal anywhere? Maybe delivering coal to the railroad station. Maybe that's how you get steam coming out of it. I'm not even going to bother with the coal because the only thing you can do with it is buy it and sell it, which just seems kind of weird, but the only thing I didn't look for is under constructibles, under production buildings. Is there a production building there that might take coal that was not originally on the map? All right, turn the beacon off. Park that up. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Oh, what's in the sale page too, by the way? Yeah, nothing that I'm looking for. So if I go to construction, is there something? Highland fishing expansion. Well, the stonemason, we already got the stonemason. We bought the one on the map. Spinnery. Vegetables we own. Quarry we already have. Sawmill we have. Fish food factory we're doing. The dairy, which I don't care about. Bakery, carpenter, onions. No. So yeah, I'm not too sure what to do with the coal on here other than to buy it and go ahead and sell it. Yeah, so on our Highland cattle, Next month, they should have offspring. They're going to go sell these 10 cattle right here. How are you guys doing? You guys having any offspring as of yet? Does not look like it. Oh, maybe these, maybe this set of cattle did. Because we got newborns at 0 months. Alright. Boy, I really don't want to do any contracts, but I'll take a quick look. Yeah, nothing really there. It's like, yeah, we should go ahead and do it. I mean, if it was like 10,000 or more, I'd be like, yeah, maybe I should go do those, but nothing there for us to really do. Oh, the castle. I should go just make sure the castle is fine. I mean, it should be. Let's go ahead and make sure. Wood beams and planks long is what it's using. And we got plenty of those. And we are at stage, we're on stage 40. We've completed 39 out of 65. So that's all good. Crow Daddy, I would double check your storage and make sure you have enough room for the update to download to. Sound like a lot of great demands are popping up. I can hear it going ding, ding, ding in game. But all right, so we're gonna be around negative $60,000 in the bank account. Close enough. Sale page. Let's see what's there, and nothing that we're looking for. Is our barley field ready for harvest? It is. Barley field is good to go. Grass field is in the first growth stage, so we don't need to be doing any of that. So everything's looking fine. I just want to come on down here. I want to see our oak trees. And yeah, I don't think they're quite... Or are they? Are the trees full? I think the trees might be full. I thought it would match that oak tree, but that, see, that's 17.6. But see how fat that trunk is compared to this oak tree over here at 17.6? You think of all the oak trees that I cut on New Hope, I would know what the base size looked like, but that, why is that oak tree a lot fatter? Well, I think our sawmill is doing fine on wood, though. Yeah, we still got 73,000 liters, so I don't have to worry about that. All right. I do need some cash, because I'm probably going to want to get a worker at some point today. And I really don't want to be at negative $60,000, so we're going to have some silage to sell, so we're going to go get this forage wagon started to be filling. Get some silage into it. And I'll leave it attached to the T8050 because I'm going to want to top this off with some diesel fuel after I go sell the silage. Oh yeah, and I got to sell 10 Highland cattle as well. TMR, no. Silage, yup. No, keep doing that because I fat-fingered the wrong button. Alright, let me just make sure on this page here that those cattle... Yes, reproduction's back down to 0, so we can sell these for $3,333. Their price is dropping. They're getting... Our beef cattle are getting too old. So, down here... Go ahead and sell them. Alright, so that was a quick $32,000, which is not bad. But I feel like I probably spent more in TMR to feed them throughout the 3.5 years that they've been here. I'll let that continue to fill up. Let's get on over... I think my truck is down at the stonemason. It is. And... Nope, that's everything that we should have. We'll grab this one right here. Let me take a trip up to the castle because we did sleep overnight and make sure that I should have plenty of material up here to keep on working. Is now moved on to the castle stone. And I got 30,000 liters of castle stone. I don't think you're going to take any of that yet. It hasn't burned through any of the tile for the roofing. Because obviously it hasn't got to the roofing part. So yeah, we're going to go sell this at the rail yard. But of course we're going to go to the sawmill and grab that stuff. So by the time we sell this, sell the silage today, bank account's going to be looking pretty darn good. Weather's looking good for harvesting the barley. I think it's barley that I planted. See, I think we are done cutting the trees down at the farmyard and bring them down with a flatbed. It's going to be done with a wheel loader from now on, I believe, by cutting down these oak trees. It's going to load up rather messy. I'll probably have to unload it and load it back up. Is that everything? Actually, that is everything. Let me get that a little bit closer so I'll auto load. So the wood chips just got to go into the silo right out here. Did anything drop off while doing that? Nope, looks like we got everything. Now it's got to drive carefully on down to the rail yard. Because this is not a steady load, I would assume. Alright, you must have been trying to pass that other car. That's why you're in my lane. Hello, Steph. Welcome. Where do I repair my farm equipment? Well, on this map here, if you're asking about this map, but basically on most any maps, unless you're playing on a modded one, got to find your vehicle shop on the map. Here on Kinlaig, it's actually right here. And to repair on Kinlaig, you'll see these yellow markers right outside this door. You park your equipment right here, and then come up to this little wrench, and on keyboard you hit R. I have no vehicles available to repair because I don't have nothing in the trigger. But you got to bring your equipment and vehicles down to the repair shop, and right on down here. But if you're playing on another map, wherever you buy your vehicles from at the vehicle shop, there should be a situation just like that. You gotta look for that little wrench icon, and right next to it should be the yellow tape on the ground to where you gotta put your equipment into, and then you can repair and repaint your equipment from there. And no, Crow Daddy, the only thing it's going to do is just update the game itself. You don't need to start over on anything. Alright, I'm hoping for about $70,000 for all this. Might be a little bit too much, but a farmer can dream, can't he? Okay, I was right. 70,000 plus almost 10,000 for a bonus. That was 80 grand worth. Getting me up to $50,000, and I still got some silage to sell. I think I'm going to bring the truck on down to the harbor, because the fish might be ready for sale. 38.85, 38.99. Says the price is going down on those, 24.02. But it says the best price is in July, but the price is dropping, but it's near the max. You are parking on the ramps. Yeah, you gotta be in that little trigger zone just outside is where you need to be. As simple as that. And yeah, you can repair stuff at your farmyard, but I didn't know. I'm just trying to keep it basic for Steph because I'm not sure if they have any mods or if they put anything down. I'm just telling them where they can go on this map. I know that's going to be there because you can't sell the vehicle shop. So we might sell the fish later on, so I'm just going to bring the truck on down here. I'll park it outside our fish food production. Alright, the T8. T8 is full of silage. Go sell that. But even though I just made some good money there, to buy lot number 60 where I can start building the windmill, I still need another 400 grand today, so that's not going to happen. I should probably check to see what the best price. You know what? I'm just going to go to where we always go. Silage price does not vary that much from one location to another. Talking like $1 or $2 on 1,000 liters. Are there collectibles on this map? Yep, we collected them all. Messages in the bottle. There are 12 messages in a bottle that reveal a storyline. Is it worth doing? First of all, you don't get no money for collecting the messages in the bottle, and you don't get nothing at the end other than just reading a storyline. You do get a pirate ship that appears on the other side of the map. But that's about all you get. I might be using the same fuel pump at the farmyard at some point. But as of right now, I'm just going to go to the fuel station to fuel up. I don't want to spend the 35 or is it 70,000? I forgot what the price was for putting down a fuel pump. I mean, it makes it much more convenient. And yes, I know there's many more fuel pumps out there that are a lot cheaper, but I like the one I've been using. But Crow Daddy, once you're on this map, if you want to find your first message in a bottle, come on down to the harbor and right by the ship, right on that rocky cliff on that side over there, you'll see a glass bottle with like green glowing around it. And that is where one of the collectibles are. That's 1 of 12. Alright, so we were at negative 60,000, were we not? And now we're almost at 90,000 in the bank account. So that was a pretty good selling day. But I haven't sold nothing since April. Alright, gonna go get some fuel for the T8050. I do need to set up for the barley field, because I'm going to harvest the barley, and then I need to pick up the straw. I'll top off the cow barn with straw, and the rest will go into storage. So yeah, the fuel station is a bit out of the way, but it's not too bad. Alright, so while that's going on, so yeah, we might sell the fish today. And if I sell the fish, I'll get 56 and 65. So about $120,000, $130,000 after our score. So another $130,000 in fish. Nothing else I really should be selling today. Contracts. Spraying with herbicide. Where is that? I mean, $6,000. It's, I mean, it's not too bad of a paying job, but it's kind of like on the other side of Kinlaig. Alright, let's go do some harvesting so we can start making some flour. The flour, of course, is for our production of fish food. And yeah, we got a good amount of flour. The canola oil that we do have, I could deliver down there. Because we're going to have a lot of soybean come October. Going to be making a lot more fish food. So next year, when it comes time to selling fish, should have a lot more. So that, I do believe I have fueled up all of our tractors. They should be good to go. And the wheel loader, I should bring the wheel loader on down to the sawmill, because that's where I'll be using it from now on. Really haven't used it too much recently. I've been loading the logs up with super strength up here, but with our oak trees just about ready, we're just going to go ahead and load them into the sawmill after cutting them off the tree, cutting the tree with the chainsaw, and pick up the tree with the wheel loader and drop it off into the trigger. Nope, I was getting ready to bring that up there, but that's not where I need to go. I need to go in here. Alright, let's tab to the combine. So I'm probably going to damage a little bit of crop trying to get the header on. But it's what we got to do. trying to swing it wide to get in here, but I'm hitting fences. I don't think I can... I think I clipped a fence on the way in. Don't think I can actually get this header on without damaging some crops. But I'll give it a go. And yes, I can just drive right on through the hedgerow here, but I try not to. Ooh, looks like I did it this time. Activate straw swath. Oh, the truck I'm going to need for the grain trailer. Hello, branding. When you use herbicide, you always put down after planting. That way the weeds don't grow at all. Well, yeah, if you're not using precision farming, you can do that. With precision farming and a see and spot weed sprayer, that doesn't work. Because obviously, after you get done planting, there are no weeds showing. So the sprayer is not going to spray any herbicide to get rid of the weeds because it doesn't see them. But yeah, with the base game, I've seen people spray herbicide after they get done planting, so they don't have to worry about it the day after. Justin area, first map, still can't get into that area. Not sure what you're talking about, Miles, but I probably missed something. Oh yeah, probably should activate now with the sawmill, because I think our oak trees are just about there. I probably should activate prefab walls and planks. That way we'll make much more from the sawmill every month. Hello, Bose and Brian. Welcome both. Hope you guys have a good start to your weekend. All right, semi is down at the harbor. Go grab that grain trailer, unload the combine. The map you first on, there are area in the middle with gates around it. Oh, if you're talking about Riverbend Springs, yeah, we tried that a couple streams ago. And yeah, that area is still closed off. Got through there before the steam train came on through. So actually we should have a good number of cows in the cow pasture because I bought 10 of each. So I bought, the original amount of cows we had were 30. Now I just sold 10. But I think we got, oops, it did not connect. I think we got 20 cattle out of the 10 we just sold. That'll be another year before I sell another set. And I go all the way around. Although with this truck, it won't take me more than a second. So yes, all this just gets made into flour to help make fish food. In goes the barley. Yep, that windmill is a mod. That windmill came out a long time ago. I would say near the beginning of FS25. Because I had that windmill in Fresh Stocks, which is the first modded map I went to. None of your vehicles go to 85? Well, it depends on, I mean, most vehicles in the base game will not go that fast. You probably need a mod. Like this truck is a mod, so that's why that one goes, I think this truck only goes up to 80 miles an hour. I shouldn't say only goes up to 80 miles an hour, that's pretty darn quick. No, I turned the Jake brake sound off on that truck. It was starting to annoy a lot of people. So I deactivated the Jake brake, which probably also deactivates the air brake sound as well. But no engine brake, no air brakes. People were getting annoyed by the sound of it all the time. I was not even really noticing it that much anymore. Don't think I'll make it back around to my semi. So today we should get into the onion harvesting, and when we do, I'm harvesting the entire field. I'm not going to do half of it in 1 month, half in the next. But July should be harvesting the canola, which I'll just make into canola oil. Actually, I should have brought, when I brought the truck back, I actually should have brought the flatbed with it. Because that way, when I went back down to the harbor, I could load it up canola oil for the fish food. And one thing, when I get out of this combine, it kind of throws me right into the header. Can I take a sharp corner here without damaging crops with this trailer? I think so. Branding was one of the ones that were saying no more Jake breaks, and there he is again today. Like I said, I was not even noticing it driving the truck yesterday until people started talking about it. I'm like, oh, I can turn it off. So it's just one of those noises I got accustomed to where I didn't even notice it. So I think we will probably sell the fish because I don't want that price dropping even more. So after we get done harvesting, we'll go back down to the harbor. And we'll sail our $275,000 boat out to the offshore fishing production and load up the fish, and then we'll load it onto our flatbed. Can you sell the fish direct from the offshore? No, you can sell the fish directly from the production. You don't even need a boat if you don't want to. But as I showed, you can build the offshore fish production almost right up to the shore. So you could really just not even get yourself a boat and just use a auto-loading system to bring the fish food or the young fish out there if you want to. Oh, look, there's a deer in the field. I think that's the third deer I've seen on the map after about 40 hours of gameplay. But yeah, the offshore you can put right on shore, and yeah, you don't even need a boat to even get out there. You may need to do some landscaping. A little landscaping will get you out there all the way. I don't think the water is even deep enough. You may not even have to do landscaping. Yeah, but yesterday I had a power cut, Lindsay. That's why that was not a me ending the stream when I was expecting it to. At first I said a couple choice words because I was thinking, oh no, I hope I got it on a 10-minute save interval, which I should double check again just to be sure that it's on a 10-minute save. Yeah, 10-minute auto save. But yeah, the power cut out yesterday, and again, it was only out for about 10 seconds. But for me to get the stream back up and going and get everyone back in there, and I wasn't feeling the best yesterday to begin with, I was like, you know what? That's good enough. And I was also expecting I'd be getting really upset if I got the stream back up and going and the power cut out again. So I'm not sure why the power went out for about 10 seconds. There was no weather problems yesterday or what have you. So I'm guessing the power company was maybe fixing a power line or something. Hello, Panther. Welcome. No, I do not have a farm in real life. If I did, I would not be able to stream almost every day for about 4 to 6 hours. Plus, I'm not sure if I farmed in real life, I would want to play it as a game afterwards. I live next to a farm, but I don't farm. So all this straw we'll just put in a storage. I probably got a good amount. To maybe this winter I could probably sell some. Yes, the price of the equipment is pretty accurate. The pricing of the equipment is almost spot on. Yeah, I do know there are some farmers that do play Farming Sim, but it's just one of those things. I mean, they probably play it on days that they're not out farming in real life and doing all that. I don't think they'd be out working in their farm fields for 10, 12 hours. And then come into the farmhouse and load up Farming Simulator and get right back to it. Learning new games is fun. We're going to be playing a new game in a couple of weeks. Project Motor Racing will be out. We'll see how I do in my first championship season. Probably not too well. Also might stream Noble Legacy again this week. Haven't played that game in a while, but there's been some updates in the past week and a half. I mean, there was an update a couple months ago, but there's also been a few updates the last month and last week and a half that had a lot of fixes and brought more things to the game. So it might be time to maybe jump back into Noble Legacy and see how it's doing. Alrighty. I don't think I'm going to get the rest of the field into the combine. Probably get another full load. But it will be interesting to see how much soybean we get this year because we added quite a bit to this farming season. And I'm thinking if I add another field, I mean, which we will at some point, that'll be for either a crop to make flour or canola oil. Because if I can make enough fish food, I'll supply the offshore fishing along with the young fish production. I'm just not sure if that fish food production can actually keep up with two productions. Do love this combine. This combine was a good choice for the farm. Seems to fit the field size just about right. Well, I did not think I was going to get the rest of the field into the combine, but it looks like we're going to. Actually, the way it's going, we will probably not only be harvesting the canola this stream, but might even be replanting it when we get to August. Okay, let's see how much barley we got off of the field. And I'm going to park the combine out of the way so I can get the straw off the field. Also kind of leave it ready for the canola. $57,222. All right, make sure I put on the barley flour. Barley flour, activate. Leave that right there for now. Oh yeah, how many cows? Oh yeah, the cows are starting to come out of the pen. Had the same problem on New Hope with the horses finding a way out. We are up to 50 cows, so we have increased by 20 cows, even though I just sold 10 of them. Oh yeah, and our frogs, we did the pond, so now we got... Oh, I heard the frogs there for a second. There they are. Someone Reddit said we might have another farming game option coming out. Oh yeah, Ultimate Farmer. I mean, there's other farming games out there. I mean, there's another one that hopefully will come out in 2026, which is Farmer's Dynasty. I mean, there's other farming games out there in many different ways. But Ultimate Farmer is just kind of in the beginning stages. And you have to see how far it goes. And I've said this before, another farming game to compete with Farming Simulator would be good for the player base. Because really, Giants doesn't really have anyone pushing their game. I mean, Giants is developing the game at a decent pace, I think. But, I mean, they could add a whole lot more to it, of course. But if they had a competing game against Farming Simulator, it could lead to a better or maybe sometimes a worse product. Because sometimes when you're competing, you try to do too much. So it's kind of a fine line you're walking when there's competing games going on. Can you sell frog legs to the French? Well, there's... I mean, there's frogs in the pond. I mean, there's sound bites of the frogs, but it's not a real thing in the game. Do I have insight on a game like SimCity coming out? Nope, because I really don't play that type of game. I mean, I have played SimCities before. But I don't play the games on the channel, nor do I talk to the devs on it. I can give you insight like on Farming Simulator or Project Motor Racing. And there's some other games I have insight on, but at the same time, there's information I know that I can't talk about either. But basically, when it comes down to asking about information from content creators or whatever, anything that we can talk about is probably information already been published by the developer or the publishing company themselves. In a way, it's kind of nice to know things before it gets released, but then it's kind of frustrating because we can't talk about it sometimes. So with the straw, I'm going to make sure the Highland cattle got a full bedding down, and we'll put the rest in storage. And we'll look at selling some of the straw in the winter time, because I think I got a good amount where it might be worthy of selling some. There'll be another farming simulator in the future. I'm not sure if you're asking if there'll be another version of Farming Simulator by Giants, which, yeah, I'm like 95% sure. Or if you're asking, will there be other farming games in the future? And I mean, both answers to that question are yes. But the problem is, trying to compete with Farming Simulator at this point, you got to come out rather strong out of the gate. Because that's what people are going to compare that game to, Farming Simulator. It's the same thing with like trucking games. Everyone is going to compare a trucking game to Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator when it comes out, and that's kind of hard to do for a game that's been out for over 10 years, and they've been working on it for 10 years. We've played a couple of extra trucking games that have come out in the past couple of years, and you know, when it says early access or demo versions, they look like they have promise, but then they kind of just disappear off into the fog. So the game you were referencing before, Ultimate Farmer, I've seen screenshots and things like that. So I'm hoping that, I'm hoping for another good game for farming. Like I said, competition's great for the players. But also at the same time, what they got to be careful of is make sure they're not using any coding in their game that Giants can say that they can't use because they have copyrights to that code. There was another farming game that came out like in 2018-ish called Cattle and Crops, or Crops and Cattle, forgot how it was, and that showed a lot of promise, but haven't really heard much of it. I think you can still get the game on Steam, but other than that, I don't know how well it's been developed. You don't hear anyone talking about Cattle and Crops. Although I think, I'm not too sure, but I think Giants may have hired a couple of people that were developing Cattle and Crops. Ultimate Farmer, that's what we've been kind of talking about. But as I said, if and when that game comes out, like I said, it's going to have to come out of the gate strong, because people are going to say, well, it doesn't, or at least offer something that Farming Simulator does not offer. Because if they bring out a game that let's just say it's another farming game, but it's kind of like Farming Simulator 17, and it just offers that, people are going to be like, well, if I just want to play what you have there, I can go play Farming Simulator, and it's a more polished game. So it's going to be kind of, like I said, they're going to have to come out of the gate kind of strong and offer something that Farming Simulator published by Giants does not offer. Yeah, games just don't... I think the footage I saw was early alpha. So, I mean, if they're going to work on a game and try to make it kind of like Farming Simulator is, yeah, it's not going to be something that happens rather quick. Like right now, you know, we're all focused on FS25 and the updates that come out. When FS25 came out, you know, do realize that Giants is already working on the next version of Farming Simulator, which would probably be FS28. They were already working on adding something to it. It takes years to get things to work properly. You think Giants should be worried? I don't think they should be. Got a couple of cows that have escaped the pen now. How dare they? Alright, let's go sell some fish. Hello, Crystal. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Appreciate you stopping on in. Alright, let's go down and hop into our boat that I've used for a total of like 5 minutes so far. Our flatbed is already down here at the docks. That flag seems to be acting like it's in a stiff breeze up there. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I can't because I got agricultural tires on the truck. Gotta lift this up a little bit. Oh wait, and that should be good. Yep, we got some young fish to go out there as well. Let's strap the young fish in. Actually, I got 0.3 hours on the boat. It's more than I thought I had. Game's being built by real farmers, not anything new. They've been working on it for a while. They're just quiet. Well, I mean, yeah, they're not going to publish anything, because what you don't want to do when the game's in early alpha and all that, you don't want to give out ideas to other publishers or developers. So you keep your game quiet until it's ready to be put out to the public. So all the other young salmon, young trout, I got them on distribute. So they are being brought out here automatically. But these are the ones that spawned before I did that. And I haven't been back out here with the boat since then. And no, I'm not going to use the crane to load and unload these things. It's going to ram right into the dock. Boom. That way we're nice and square. And then... Alright, just going to be careful with these. I don't want to drop them in the water. Then lower that down. Turn the boat off, unstrap. Have any insight on a potential Medieval Dynasty new game? Well, there's a game I did, I was just talking about it earlier, Noble Legacy. I did stream that about a month ago or 2 months ago. And the game was rather rough. But there's been some updates to it. I might try that game again this week and stream it at some point. Take a little break from Kinlaig. You've seen this boat sing with a car in the bay. Sounds interesting what you said. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the crane. It works as intended, but me and the crane don't get along too well. Oh, you've seen the boat sink in the bay. It can sink? I feel like I made more fish last year than I did this year. Alright, let's get this last one here. I would not want to load up these with a crane. It would take forever. Which is not usually fun to be watching. It's like watching me load pallets from the sawmill over and over and over and over again. Hello, Leo. Farmer's Dynasty 2, I've talked about that quite a bit. It's kind of how my channel started with Farmer's Dynasty. And I kind of gave my opinion about the demo version of Farmer's Dynasty 2. Actually, I think I even talked about it. Maybe we may even talked about it yesterday. Or at least the day before. Yeah, I don't know what their plan is, because it was supposed to come out in November 2024, and here we are. Now they're saying sometime in 2026. But I know I wasn't the only one that said it. Farmer's Dynasty 2 was nothing more, at least as it felt like, it was nothing more than a combination of Farmer's Dynasty and Lumberjack's Dynasty put together. Did not really see what they were adding other than possibly a story, more of a storyline. And then November 2024 came at the same time. It was supposed to come out. I think it was supposed to come out like a week before or after FS25 came out, which would have been a bad idea. And yeah, now they're pushing it back a lot further. So who knows what they're doing. Alright, that is all of our fish. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love playing Farmer's Dynasty and Lumberjack's Dynasty, but it had its flaws. But then again, I mean, every game has its flaws, but the thing is, as you just kind of said, it didn't seem like they were interested at a certain point to fix any of the flaws, and they just moved on. Well, I hope my boat does not sink into the harbor, because we got 14,000 liters of salmon and 20,000 liters of trout on board. Now, I showed a short clip, and I also did in the stream, but you could actually get this offshore fishing production almost right on the shore over there. So you really would not need a boat. If you wanted to save yourself the $275,000 for buying a boat. Alright, just like before, just ram your boat right into the dock. Although I hope it doesn't glitch out or something like that. Just to square it up. Alright, lower the ramp. Alright, we'll get this onto the dock here, and then we'll load it up onto our truck. Again, this is probably going to be the only time in FS25 that I do fishing. It's a nice little concept to bring to give us more options in the game. But really, for the profit I'm getting on hard economy doing all this, I think I'd just rather take the soybeans, canola, and the grain. The grain makes flour. The canola makes canola oil. And, of course, the soybeans. I put all that into the fish food to help make the fish. And I spent $600,000 on a boat and then 3 productions. At least 600,000 to get this all up and going. I think it'd be better if I just went ahead and sold the crop as is. But I kind of do like the point of we can just grab a fishing pole and fish from a river or whatnot. It does open up the possibilities of, and I'm sure some people have already started doing it, of starting from scratch, you know, as they call it, survival challenge. And start with nothing and just use a fishing pole now instead of saying, well, I got a chainsaw, we'll start, you know, start with a chainsaw. Now people are going to say, just starting with a fishing pole. But I do think that terminology in farming sim videos has gotten out of hand because everyone just says survival challenge. In some ways, I mean, I do use mods, but in some ways I don't see the game that challenging to earn money. That's why I always play in hard economy. I always play in hard economy, and we pay for everything. If I take out a loan to start a series, we got to pay it back. And that is what we're doing here. I still owe $7.5 million because that's why I needed to get everything going on this map. I needed $8 million bucks. Because we started with absolutely nothing other than the $8 million loaned. Buying property, buying tractors, buying productions. Now, the fishing wasn't part of the Highland expansion. That could have saved me like $1 million. Because I wouldn't have needed a lot of things to get the fishing up and going. Let me go ahead and load this up on the truck. Give me some room on the dock here. I kind of thought about maybe at some point doing a series where I ran with no mods, but I'm not sure I'm going to be a fan of running it with no mods because the minute I start playing, I'll be like, oh, I wish I had this, I wish I had that. And I think I would not enjoy the series after a while if I just play with no mods. Not because the game isn't good, it's just that because I'm so used to playing with certain things. We all have our mods that we like to use. And I think I would have to run a few mods to kind of keep myself enjoying doing and playing on a map for like 80 hours as I tend to do. But I would like to get back on a small farm where I'll use small equipment. Someday we'll get there. I thought maybe Highland would be a map I could do it on, but the fields here are rather big. And to get the fish production going, I need a lot of crop. But yeah, the fish. Where are the fish going? Big Farmer's Kiosk, Seaside Port Restaurant. Well, I guess it doesn't matter where I go. I think I'm just going to bring up to the Big Farmer's Kiosk, which is up the hill. So it should be like $120,000, I think, in fish. And yet we got no more fish food. So our fish production is on hold until we harvest soybeans in October. I gotta remember how to get there. I'm trying to do it without using the map. I think I'm going to do the same thing like I always do. I'm going to go down the wrong way of the street. Is it around this corner? I do believe it is. What are you doing stopping for pedestrians? We don't do that here. Ooh, 137,000 for the fish. And 18,000 in bonus. I'm up to 240,000. Well, another 210,000 I could afford lot number 60. And I could start working on the windmill. But that's... yeah, that's not going to happen. Not today, at least. You play on PS5, so no mods for you? Well, you can get mods on PS5. Alright, so... I'm going to bring the wheel loader on down to the sawmill, because that's where it's going to be needed from now on. I'm not going to need it up here for loading up trees, although I haven't used it for loading trees in a while. But from now on, when we cut down the oak trees down there, this is what we'll be using, I hope, to pick up the oak trees and put it into the mill. I mean, I don't play on PS5, but I know there's a lot of mods out there that you can use. Also by going down here, because I don't think I've been down here yet this month, see if our oak trees have gotten any fatter. I don't know how you access the mods on PS5. Do you have to log into the game, go to the mod hub then? Or... because I haven't used a console since like 2005. Last console I had was a PS3. Again, the sawmill's fine. Oh yeah, I want to activate the prefab walls and planks. But the sawmill should be good for another 2 months, even after activating those two productions. But hello, Tobias. Welcome. Hope you have a good weekend. You just have to accept Mod Hub. Park is right next to our tree planter. Now we're going to come over here, and we are going to activate prefab walls. And also, we're going to activate just planks. Let's see how the trees are looking. Look the same. I think they will get a little fatter. I'm trying to compare it to this one over here, but I don't think they're going to get that big. Well, I'm not going to cut them down until the sawmill needs them. Hello, TK. Welcome. A good Saturday to you. Hopeful for a New England map. Well, there's a couple of New York maps. I don't know if you'll get a New England map, but there's a couple of New York maps out there. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here. Fish food factory, that's not doing anything. We are out of fish food, no surprise there. Windmills making flour, that'll get distributed. Nothing going on there. Stonemason's fine. Quarry, I'm going to have to activate water at some point, but I don't think it's a rush. Oh, the Highland cattle are through the TMR. Again. Did I leave the... Yes, the New Holland's already still over here. I got more silage I could sell, but not a rush. But I think we're all set to move on to July. Where the canola fields should be ready for harvest. Wow, the cows are really escaping. Well, I was going to say I was going to put straw in the cow barn, but... yeah, I have not. They still got some there. And again, the straw just helps them make solid manure, which, again, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. But it's starting to pile up. I mean, I don't mind you being out of the gates and all that, but you have to lay right in the middle of the road. Yeah, thank you. Just gonna turn your back to me. I see how it is, and float in the air still. Yeah, so they're fine. Our fields are all fine. Oh boy, I could with the money. No, that's the wrong map. This field here, I could buy that. That is 154,000. But I'm buying a lot of land that I wouldn't use. That potential yield is only 89. 89, so that's not great. Actually, I think I was looking at that field there. That's only 112,000 for that field, and the yield is 102. I think we'll hold on to the money for a bit. Just rechecking the sale page and nothing there that we want. Did I check contracts? I think I did. There's another spraying contract. Yeah, that's the one. I did remember seeing that. Weeding. Nope, doesn't pay enough. Yeah, nothing here. Yeah, that cow definitely did not have anything to do with me. It's a bug. Yeah, but I think in the last patch they said they fixed that. At least I thought I saw something in the patch notes. I kind of quickly looked through it, but looks like they're still escaping. Can't you buy the BGA? Sure can. Only costs $1.8 million for the BGA. And don't quite have that. Well, it's good to wake up and still have almost $200,000 in the bank account. So our canola field should be ready. It is. The grass field is ready to be cut again. But we're going to just take a quick trip over to the castle. Castle stones. So wait, what step are we? We got 41 steps done out of the 65. Again, these first two buildings, I think, are completed all the way. So now we're just working on this one. I say we. I'm dropping off the material. Contractors are working on that one. So yeah, our canola field's ready for harvest. We're just going to jump right on in to our combine. And we will get to harvesting. Does this field here need any soil sampling done? No, that field's looking fine. So I'll probably be planting wheat or barley in this field again. But let's get the canola harvest going. The weather's looking fine, so we shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But then we'll go cut our grass field. And I'll put the grass into the fermenting silo, but I want to see if I want to make some TMR or just keep making silage. I think I'll probably just keep making silage. We can forget. We can forego making TMR for a while because they're not going through that much. It does not take long to make some. The onions will be in August. So I'm hoping with all the canola oil I have, I can top off the fish food production and also bring it over to top off the vegetable production, where we hope to make a whole lot of fried onions this winter. I mean, we made some last winter, but not as much as I was hoping. Don't think I'll get around the entire field before I need to unload. But the more the merrier. Now I have run into this on this map, not in the combine, we ran into it on the trailer where the crop was not showing. That whole glitch. Surprised that is still a problem. And I always wonder what causes that problem. It's happened on every map I've done in FS25. And it's just a weird thing when it happens, because it's not like it happens every time. It's just whenever it wants to. So August will be a very busy month. We'll have to replant the canola, which really won't take us too long. The longest job will be harvesting the onions. So what I'll probably do is we'll get a worker to plant the canola back in this field next month while we are harvesting the onions. Actually, I didn't make it around the entire field. Yeah, so right now all the crop that we do harvest is pretty much going to production buildings. We don't sell anything raw. Is it 12,500 for this? No, 12,300. My farmer's able to leap fences like it's a hurdler. Fits under the grain trailer, no problem. It will not fit underneath that low loader. But that's my fault. I put the big agricultural tires on the truck. I don't think the castle really needs anything yet, does it? It's not running low on anything. Castle stone. No, we still got a lot of castle stone in here. I'm guessing because the first building took 2,000 liters of cement bags, and then the smaller one took 1. I'm guessing this is going to take 2 as well. And unfortunately, I'm 3 liters shy of that. So I may just wait to see if it'll complete it, if that's all it needs. If it needs only 2, maybe it'll complete it. We saw some of our housing projects do that in New Hope, where it needed like 3,000 liters of something, and I had like 2,995, and it still completed the step. So we'll see if it does it so on the castle. If I need it, then we'll just go down to the warehouse and buy a pallet of cement bags. Looking out my window, I'm kind of surprised the weather I'm having today. I thought it was supposed to be kind of like a rainy day, but the sun has been shining for the past 4 or 5 hours, and it's like 55 degrees Fahrenheit outside, which for this time of the year kind of feels like a heat wave out there. Although I do think they're forecasting snow on Monday, so probably should go outside and enjoy some of this weather afterwards. I didn't check, but were there any mods that dropped today? The main one being a onion harvester. Because that would be something I would not mind exiting the game for to grab, to lease it to harvest our onions. I did check earlier this morning, but not before the stream really started. I think I did try. I can't get straw from canola on this map, can I? Nope. Should have figured as much being a Giants map. Do I get to see both my parents? Kind of an odd question. Yes, I do. It's Saturday. There won't be any release. They have released mods on Saturdays before. I think I'll unload the combine right here. Don't have to really wait until it gets full. And we'll turn the header off. Yeah, it is rare, but that's what I mean. Can't say that there won't be any release today because it's Saturday. They've done it. I think about once a month we see mods release on a Saturday. Guess it all depends on how many they're backlogged on. I know there's a couple mods that have been submitted to Giants for adding onions to the mods. So now with the sawmill making some prefab walls and planks, yeah, our profit per month is going to go up. I'm hoping everything can be taken down at, I keep calling it the rail yard or whatever it's called. Maybe I should learn what that sell point's actually called. No, wrong button. And that is called the Logistics Center Railroad. I still feel like when I sold those fish, I got a lot more money than I thought it would. I might, what might be happening at that sell point is like the farmer's market, where we're getting a bonus for selling at the farmer's market. So I got paid way more than I thought I was going to, but I think that is called a farmer's market, right? At least some kind of a farmer's market. What location is that? Untag. Is there somewhere? The big farmer's kiosk. I think, I'm guessing we're getting like 20% from selling there. Like the farmer's kiosk. If that's the case, I wonder if I can bring my sawmill stuff there and get the 20%. If that's the case. I'll have to see if I can sell stuff there and see if we get more than what my stock market page is telling me. Seems like we got just a little bit of morning fog down here in this canola field. You can see the fog in the lower part of the valley. Only problem with prefab walls at the sawmill, though, is they take up a lot of space when loading them up on a trailer. But they pay pretty good. I'll just look like at wood beams here. Wood beams. No, so like the wood beams don't get sold there. Let's see what else we got. Prefab walls probably don't go there. No, so it looks like the wood products you can't sell. Logistics Center, Goldcrest Valley. No, can't sell that type of stuff there. So I'll just keep bringing it to the Logistics Center rail yard or railroad, because they always seem to offer like the best price. Until we can bring it up to the windmill, but I got to buy lot number 60 first. Could a human lift a wrapped bale thingy? Well, if you're talking about a baler, no. If you're talking about a rat bale, those things are a lot heavier than what you think they are. So the farm I live next to, they do like a lot of grass work, and they make silage bales and such. And yeah, I don't think you can even roll the round bale. Now, if you use like the smaller balers, so maybe bales of wait, where are the balers? So maybe the bales of 120 centimeters, like square straw bales, you can probably pick those up, because I have in real life. But when you start getting a lot bigger bales, like 240s, you got to be kind of strong. But a rat bale, like fermenting grass into silage, I would say probably not. Hello, Sean. Welcome. Have you ever figured out what the 3 boxes symbol is out on the warehouse? Not sure what you're talking about. I would have to go have a look. I'll skip down to the warehouse after I get done harvesting this canola, which I just realized I'm about full. Actually, did I make any... Do we have prefab walls? I must have some by now. Yes, I do. Got a couple. We've been to the warehouse twice, or I've been to the warehouse twice. We bought fish food, and then we bought the cement bags, and I really didn't pay any attention to these boxes that you're referring to. Oh, you're talking about the icons. Those are sell points, basically. But each business is only going to take certain things. I have a house icon in the middle of my screen. Well, the only way to know what mod's causing it is to... Don't know how many mods you're running. I mean, if you're running a lot of mods, the best thing to do is... let's just say you're running about 40 mods. Let's say you're running 40 mods. I would just start by going the first row of mods deselecting those, going in the game and see if it gets rid of it. If it doesn't, just keep on going. Or the other thing you can do is whatever map you're playing on, just to be sure everything's fine, is start a new save for the map. Don't activate any mods, go onto the map and make sure the icon's not there. That way you know it's not the map causing the bug, it's a mod, a particular mod or a mod conflict. Now, if you're playing on a open map, the house icon in the middle of the map might be the starting location for the player. Because the player's spawn point is wherever a house is. That's the way most map makers make it. So it might be just an icon. It might be like a doormat in the middle of the map if you're playing on a barren map. It could be just a trigger for you to sleep at to get through the night. But many reasons. But I would start off by starting a new save and just logging in, see if the icon is still there with no mods. If it is, then the map maker put it there for a reason. Alright, don't need the combine until October, so we're going to go put that away. That's for soybean harvest. It's going to get a little rough coming up here. I need to landscape this a little bit better so I can get a more direct shot into the shed. Alright, let's get this canola into the mill and start making some oil out of it. And hurdle. Yeah, it looks like the pH level in this field is getting a little bit on the bad side of things. So 38,000 liters of canola off this field. Maybe I'll grab the JCB and get the bridle spreader and put some lime down. Maybe in both the wheat field or cereal crop field and canola field. Let me make sure I activate that. Windmill, canola, no, not canola flour, canola oil. Activate. We already went through all that barley? Alright. Deactivate. So all that flour. I'm guessing the fish food is full of flour. It is. Yeah, parts of the U.S. are getting a good winter storm this week. Or weekend. Like I said, I think they're forecasting, even though it's a beautiful day where I am right now, they're forecasting snow for us on Monday, I think it is. And yep, we need some lime. Just make sure that that field does not need soil sampling. I think it will next year, though. So worker will be spreading lime. We're going to be in our Krone Big M, mowing grass and collecting it for the fermenting silo. Alright, let's tell Frank where to go. $18 to 7%. Looks good. And in 10 minutes, they'll be done with that field. Yep, Krone Big M, we need that. But I need my forage wagon, which is on the new Highland in the cow barn, I think. You're on Calm Lands multiplayer and have floating cows also. Well, I saw in one of the patch notes about the animals being... There was a patch, something to do with the animals, but it looks like that patch did not quite work, I guess. I mean, I sped read through that patch note, so I know there was something in there saying animals have been fixed. I just don't remember what they fixed. Or at least they thought they fixed it. Alright, let's quickly go cut some grass. Luckily, we only got the one grass field now. I say luckily. I mean, the other grass field with all that grass into silage. I mean, that helped. I do like this modded Big Krone M, but it takes forever to unfold and lower. I mean, it probably takes this speed in real life to unfold and lower, but in game, it seems a little slow. Just placed those cows last night. Maybe they're holy cows. That's why they float. Alright, so let's see. Now, after we get this grass cut, the canola field should be done with lime spreading. I think we can go to August, where the canola can get replanted. I'll just move the JCB over to the cereal field, where we harvested the barley, and we'll put some lime in that one. And the onions should be ready. Now that's a mower. There's another farm not far from where I live. They got 2 of these things. One year I saw 3 of them in one of their fields cutting grass because it was a wet summer. And I think they leased a 3rd one just trying to get the grass cut when they could. It's amazing when you play, like when I play this game and I'm in the big Cronem, you get kind of the size of it thinking, oh, it's not that big machine, but I have seen, as I said, these machines in real life, and these things are huge. Is that over 100K? If you're are you asking the price of the big mower? If you're asking about the price of the mower, it's like $550,000 just for the mower. Forge wagon is probably like, I forgot what the cost of the forge wagon was, but maybe like 80 or 100,000 for the forge wagon. Just got to remind myself in August to fertilize the grass field. Are the cows out of, it seems like the cows are going through TMR rather quickly. All right, they don't need it this month, but they do need straw. So after I put the grass into the fermenting silo, we'll take some straw out, give it to the cows, and then I will then fill up the forage wagon with silage, because I do believe we got more than enough to go sell another full load down at the rail station. If you stack prefab walls right, you get good money. I don't think it really matters how you stack them, you get paid the same. I think what you might be saying is if you get enough on a trailer, yeah, the money looks good. don't think the game really cares how you stack them. You just get paid for what you bring. Although that would be an interesting concept, like if you bring a good stack bales or whatever, it's like, hey, you stacked them pretty well, you get a 5% bonus. But at the same time, with most people using some sort of autoloader at some point, autoloaders are going to stack them pretty neatly. Figured my worker would be done putting down the line before I got done with the grass field, but we're going to finish about at the same time, it feels like. Alright, so I think this is the best yield I've had off this field, 163. Pretty darn good. This field's got some terrible soil into it, but 160,000 liters of grass every time I cut it is more than enough for what we need. While I'm going past the sheep, if that grass bale is finally gone, I'll make sure that their feed trough is full. And yep, no grass bale there, so we'll see if they want some. We're not going in the trigger enough. They're not going to take much. Their feed trough only holds like 3,000 liters, but just make sure they're topped off while I can. And there we go. Workers finished putting lime down, at least in that field. Okay, drop that off. We'll put the mower away. And let's see here. Wait, what? I thought I left my T8 parked here. No, I parked it away like I should, which is something I usually don't do. So I thought I left it all right in the middle of the farmyard, but nope. Okay, just need a little bit of straw. Although when I mean a little bit... Oh, that's the wrong button. Still mean like about 20,000 liters or so. I'll grab 30 because I do not remember how much this holds. So it holds about 20,000 liters, I guess. Let's see what it says. 21,375. A nice round even number. Alright, silage. We got a full wagon to fill up. So, while that's going on, I'm going to grab you. Yeah, you still got a good amount of lime in the spreader, so we'll just get you over to the other field. And temporary course for here. 18 to 7. And 10 minutes, they'll be done. And our forage wagon is going to be almost done filling, if not done filling. Oh yeah, so Bob, you were asking about like the square boxes. So like buildings like this with, I think you were talking about these out here. These are delivery points. So this building here is called what? Toastie's Bakery. So I'm guessing, like if I wanted to sell bread, right there, Toastie's Bakery. I could sell bread to Toastie's Bakery. If I wanted to sell to the coffee house, okay, bread does not go to the coffee house. Would butter go to the coffee house? No. Oh, the coffee house. Cake will go to the coffee house. But bread will not go to the coffee house, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, these 3 boxes that you see at buildings here, these are the sell points for bringing material to. So yeah, that's what you're looking for. They're just sell points. Alright, let's go sell some silage. This is like $30,000 worth. So there are a lot of sell points on the Kinlaig map. It's just a matter of what takes what. Got wind chill warning all weekend, but the northwest wind isn't blowing hard yet. Had that same problem here a couple days ago. We had high wind warning, and I don't think we ever got any winds. At least I didn't. They were forecasting winds from 30 to 40 miles an hour with some high gusts getting up to like 60. And I don't think we got anything. This rail yard is probably starting to know me by seeing my tractors off in the distance. They go, oh, here comes Peanut. Because I come here a lot. So it's usually about 30,000. Yeah. Along with our bonus score, so $34,500 for what used to be grass. So yeah, we should be all set. I'm just going to check to make sure that our sawmill has about 40,000 liters, because now with the prefab walls and planks being made, it may use about 40,000 liters a month. And then we'll get to August, where it's going to be a busy month. August is about as far as we're going to get today, I think. You know, the arrows in the road, they're just a suggestion. So. It's not mandatory when you go into their place of business. I don't like the fact that David does live awfully close to our farm. I usually try to keep my distance from that man. I'll start filling this up because when I get to August I won't have as much to fill. Yeah, so the sawmill, let's see here. Ooh, 28,000 liters. I'll see if it gets through the month. So we topped off the sheep. They were good. The Highland cattle, they're good. And then the productions should all be fine as it goes. Still got plenty of water. Sawmill, yep. Stonemason, yep. And windmill, yep. So yeah, we're all good. Let me just double check the sale page. Well, that would have been nice and handy when I was buying the stuff. That's what we have. That's on sale. Oh, contracts. Any really high-paying contracts. Not harvesting ones, but no, I'm looking for like ones that are worth 10,000. No, you're not going to get any kind of tickets in Farming Simulator for breaking traffic laws. It's not American Truck Sim or Euro Truck Sim. Sleep until 8, please. Oh, that's right. We're supposed to be getting a twister in August, right? Yes. Not until the afternoon hours. When I say afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, we'll be getting a twister. And I forgot about the wool at the sheep pen. Not crucial, this. But we will move it that way. We don't get the notification constantly. Sale page, a nice combine, but we don't need one. And yeah, we got that as well. Did the sawmill make it through the night is the question. No, it did not. So yeah, I went right through that pretty darn quick. That's fine. I mean, it would have been better if it went through the night, but that's okay. So our onions should be ready for harvest. Ready to harvest, they are. Let's see, what else? I got 174,000, so I got plenty of cash to get workers and such. Did my worker finish? No, they're still going in this field here. But they're almost done. Actually, let me get rid of the worker and I will finish this up. So I might as well just use the JCB for harvesting the onions. And I'll get this little patch right here. There are modded police cars you can get, but that's just for role-playing purposes. Kind of like on New Hope where we had the mail trucks where we can deliver mail. But there should be a police car on the mod hub if you want. But yeah, again, that's for role-play purposes only. There have been in the past also on modded maps, and I think there were UK maps. I'm not sure in 25, but I know in 22 there were a couple maps that had speed cameras on the map. And if you were going over the speed limit, you would get tickets. But I'm not sure if there's any maps like that in 25. Alright, so this year, we're not going to the month of September until the complete onion field is harvested. Ah, there's another deer in my farmyard. Actually, a couple of them. Lower down, fire up. And yes, we got onions once again. So we're going to break this job up as we go. So we'll do a little bit of onion harvesting, then we'll go do something else, come back, do a little bit more onion harvesting. The reason why I don't use a worker, because I'm trying to put the onions into a swath, so we can see we're distributing them to the right. So I try to make 2 passes into 1 swath, and we pick up the onions later on. if I were just to sit here and harvest the onions, it may take me about an hour and change to get it done. Yield is probably going to be a little bit off because, again, I half harvested this field last year. So only half the field needed fertilizer and the other half did not. But when I put fertilizer on the field, it just, the spreader and the game kind of didn't like the way it was working out. So my fertilizing numbers in this field are off for this year. And so until some mods come out, which probably in the next week we should see some, I would not recommend going any bigger of a field than 2 hectares. Because like I said, with the base game equipment, this takes about an hour to harvest this field. Make sure I deposit all the onions into the field, that way I don't miss any. So, yep, these onions will be going to the vegetable factory again. And we will try to make a good batch of fried onions again. I mean, we made a decent batch last year, but I think I brought in only like 70 or 80,000 liters. I shouldn't say only, that was better than our first year. Again, our first year when we harvested this field, we bought the field as is. It had onions in it ready for harvest. So obviously it wasn't fertilized properly, wasn't pH properly, but we still got a decent yield. But we saw what kind of yield we were getting last year. It's just unfortunate. I went to September, and even though the calendar says onions can be harvested in September, my onions were withered, and I lost half the field to withered crops. But fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We're going to harvest all these onions in August this year. So work that I know off the top of my head that needs to be done in August. 1, onion field process started, as you can see. 2, put canola back into the canola field, so replant the canola. Refertilize the grass field. Put some wood into the sawmill. And yeah, we need to go visit the castle, see what's up there. But probably also sell the stuff from the sawmill and the stone production. And see how we're doing financially. I'm trying to build up enough money to buy the lot of land that the windmill's on, just so we can build a windmill. I don't see any other purpose I could use that property for. It's a big piece of property. I guess plant trees I could, but I think I got plenty of room to plant the trees where I've been planting them. So I'm kind of hoping that we can buy the land, build the windmill, and then sell the land back. Because I don't need the windmill. I got my own windmill. If you have crop destruction on, drive over the onions, maybe destroying them? No, because they're a root crop. Root crop you can drive on with crop destruction on, and they don't get destroyed. As we found out, I don't know when they changed that, but we found that out on fresh stocks when I had like potatoes and sugar beet. You can drive on root crop, and they don't get destroyed with crop destruction. So you can drive on onions with crop destruction on. You're not going to destroy them at all. All right, we'll get this third row of onions, and then we'll move on to something else for a little bit. I mean, this harvester system does all right. It's just the problem is it's small working with, so it takes a while. Remove the tops, and then take them out of the ground and put them into a nice little pile to the right. And of course, after we get them in the rows, we'll have to go around with the other machine to pick them up. And usually, with the way I'm harvesting it, one row, one swath will fill up the machine that picks them up. And then, of course, we'll put them into our grain trailer and bring them over to the veggie production. When the trailer is full, I do expect to fill up the trailer. Alright, let's go ahead and just move on to something else for a little bit. Let's go check on the castle and see what's going on over there. And they are using castle stone. 42 out of 65, so I think they complete another step. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really... We're not seeing that much change, but some stuff has changed, I think. Is there a way to get up on that scaffolding while they're building it? I mean, I could go into flight mode, but there are no like actual steps to go up and look. I mean, I could just go... Oh, I don't have flight mode activated, apparently. Don't think those steps were in there before. But the second floor is going in. Alright, let me go visit the sawmill area because I want to see what our trees look like. Alright, so I guess our oak trees were fully grown before. I don't think they're going to get any fatter, or did they? Well, let's find out. Sawmill needs wood. I should get about 20,000 liters of wood off of that. So let's see how much wood I get from one tree currently. Throw my hazard lights on because this is going to be a hazardous job. I don't think the trees are at full growth. For some reason, they just don't look as big. Alright, so this is what I was kind of afraid of with the oak trees, because the limbs are collidable. I'm not sure if this is going to work grabbing it from one end. Because it's going to be more weight on the other side. And also I'm hitting the other trees as well. So next time, don't be a moron and cut the tree the opposite way so it doesn't fall in the other trees. Alright, lift it over the fence, no problem. Alright, so have no wood, and now we have only 5,000 liters. That oak tree was not a full tree. So yeah, I don't want to be bringing any more trees over right now. So I have to wait another month or two. So the sawmill will just process that one. Alright, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I only got 5,000 liters for that entire oak tree. That's not good. So even though this oak tree is 17.6, that's the way that one looks. When I say 17.6, that's the length of it. But these are also 17.6. But as you can see, they don't look as fat. If I were to... I can afford one now, so maybe I'll put one down just to see what they actually do look like. Oak tree. Where is the oak tree? I'm going to pop it down here to compare it. 17.9. I thought it was 17.9. I think I said before it should be 17.9, but that's 17.6. But I started comparing it to this oak tree, which is a 17.6. Alright, so, I mean, I bought the tree. Might as well go ahead and use it. Let's see what I get. I should get 20,000 liters off of this oak tree, then. That would be a good idea for farm is root crops only, except for grass for animals. I assume you're talking about not destroying root crop. Get rid of the stump. There might be another piece of that stump there. I was going to say, don't delete the whole tree. All right, let's get the wheel loader. We'll put this tree in to make sure I get 20,000 liters off of that one. Then I have to wait for those oak trees to get to 17.9. Also, we'll see if the wheel loader can pick up a full-size oak tree. See if I can wiggle in and get this in here. Ooh, looks like I can grab it right there, which would be good. I think that'll distribute the weight better. Hope no cars are coming because I can't see a darn thing. Alright, maybe just collect it before I try to get the wheel loader out of there, because that's a mess. Alright, so we are at, what, 6 or 5,000 liters, right? Yeah, 5,000. So I should get up to 25,000 liters when I get our... There we go. That's what we should be getting. Alright, so we just gotta wait for those oak trees to grow a little bit more. And hopefully that'll be next month. Alright, let's get into... Oh, perfectly. Massey Ferguson. That's the tractor I wanted. We're going to go grab our Avatar horse drill, and we're going to put our canola in. I'm doing that quite a bit today, backing up, seeing where it says connect. I hit connect and it doesn't connect and I drive away. Do I have any seed left? Of course we do. Switch that over to canola and top off with fertilizer. Also, while I'm over here, we should have enough silage, I think, to maybe top off that forage wagon, make my trip worth it. We'll sell that later. I think this is the first time I may have planted this field myself. I think the other two times I had a worker do it, but we're going to head and throw the canola in. a quick turnaround in this field. Harvest canola in July, replant it in August. Still think with the sawmill stuff and the stone mason stuff, we'll just go sell that at the railroad still. Think the castle has enough material up there. I would get more for selling it up there, but I'm not going to sell that much up there. Although I suppose it's used quite a bit amount of material. Maybe I will go up there, sell what we have. And I might even grab the shingles that are up there, the roof shingles. Pick those up and we'll go sell them. Because they're just sitting up there, not being sold currently, because the castle's not using them for a while. So maybe that's what we'll do. We'll grab the sawmill stuff and the stone stuff. We'll go up to the castle. We'll let the castle take what it will. And anything it doesn't, we'll load up onto the trailer and we'll go sell that at the railroad. Just kind of concerned that the prefab walls are going to take up a lot of space. So yeah, we are going to have a tornado later on this month. I don't think we're going to get to that far during the stream. So we got to make sure that when we do end August, that everything is picked up and not in harm's way. So we got to make sure all those onions are picked up. Now again, the tornado may not even happen around our farm, but we don't know. Hello, Farm BFG. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Appreciate you stopping on in. Watch me do some farming on Kinlaig, where I'm currently replanting my canola so we can keep on making canola oil year after year. Hello, Art. Welcome as well. Hope you guys are having a nice weekend so far. Yeah, for... the way I was going to word that would have sounded bad, but... Yes, it is a good map. I was going to say for a Giants map, it's good. But that sounds very disrespectful saying it that way. Personally, I have never been too much of a fan of the Giants maps, but it seems like they're doing, in my opinion, a lot better job in creating maps in FS25. For some reason, for me, just to clarify, Giants maps previously, before FS25, they've had some okay ones, but it always seems like to me like some of their maps were just, they didn't seem to have character. And it seems like in 25, they seem to have a lot more character than before. So after we get this canola in, we'll swing by the sawmill and the stonemason, and we'll take care of that whole thing. See what that gets our money up to. Probably should have checked. Is there, I mean, with the tornado coming later in the month, in this in-game day, is there rain in the forecast up to that point? No. Just gotta make sure we're done with the onion harvest by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I guess. I do love this horse avatar drill, as I mentioned before. It's just, the working with is always perfect for my farms, it seems like, and it's a direct drill, but it's also it's very clean in the way it's designed. It's not really bulky. Yeah, the working width of 12 meters is nice. Yeah, I should have enough fertilizer to complete the planting. Seed is not going to be a problem. Of course, we will have weeds to take care of in September, but that'll be about it. Unless a tornado goes through here. Although, as we saw, the only time a tornado has affected my fields was way back on Riverbend Springs. And as we saw in one of the fields that it went through, the crop was in the first harvest stage, and the tornado went right through it and didn't damage anything. It only damaged, I think it was a green bean field at the time, and it barely touched that field, and it destroyed the crop that it went through. So, really, even though I'm planting the canola now, we got a tornado coming. If it goes through this field later on today, I don't think I'll hurt it at all. Now, if it goes through, like, our soybean fields, which are not ready for harvest until October, it will wreck those fields. Time will tell. This Massey Ferguson was a good purchase. It was kind of a little bit of an impulse buy when I was starting the farm. I was thinking I would not need a tractor with this much horsepower to begin with, because it's a lot more than what most of our equipment requires. But I can see with this Horsch Avatar drill going uphill, I needed the Massey Ferguson. All right, Farm BFG. Enjoy farming with the family. Appreciate you stopping in for a bit. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. So I think we are officially 2/3 of the way through on the castle build. Even though we're on the last building and have been on the last building for a few months now. Can you... I didn't think about this. Can you buy the property that the castle is on? Not that I would know what to do with it. No. You can buy the surrounding land, but you can't buy the land the castle is actually on. Again, like I said, I don't know what the heck I would do with it, but... Now, I've been told, and I forgot who mentioned it the other day, that once the castle is completely built, you get a customization crown that you can wear if you go into your wardrobe. I wonder if there's anything else special with it, as we found out on Silver Run in FS22 when you got done building the roller coaster. If you rode the roller coaster enough times, it gave you a bonus on how much weight you could pick up. I don't know the exact numbers, but isn't it like 200 kilograms you can pick up without the use of super strength? And I think if you roll the roller coaster, it bumped up like to 250 kilograms or something like that. I wonder if there's anything else special with the castle that once you get it built, I mean, you can't ride the castle like you could the roller coaster. And just like that, the canola is back into the ground. I was thinking to just leave it parked here for planting wheat and barley. But probably with a tornado coming, I should park this stuff up. And I probably would need more fertilizer anyways, so... Put it safe away in the shed. Again, if a tornado were to actually hit my farm equipment, nothing happens to it. It's only going to destroy crop and bales if you don't have them put away. I will just leave the Massey Ferguson on the drill, though. Alright, we're going to grab the JCB because I don't want to forget about the grass field. Need to go fertilize that. So the grass has regrown, so it's going to put down the correct amount of fertilizer for grass. Even though I say that many times to you guys, I think I've done it a couple times recently on Shamburgo and here, where I harvest the grass and go right back and fertilize it while it's in the harvest stage and not in the growing stage, and it puts down too much fertilizer. Got one little spot behind me I need to go finish off here once I do this. And where is it? Right over here. So that's the grass field taken care of. So as for field work for my own, it's just the onion field to harvest. But we're going to go sell the stuff from the sawmill and the stone mason. See what my money gets up to. I did check the sale page this morning. Yes, I did. And also for contracts, any big contracts out there, not harvesting contracts, so skip those. Spraying for 8,000. That's not a bad one for herbicide. I will take that one because it's right across from our canola field, so it's not far to go. And what else we got? And that's all I really want to do there for contracts. Let's grab... Is my truck still here? There it is. Alright, sawmill's pretty stacked, so... We'll try to load that stuff up first. Am I going to get underneath there? Oh, I will. Although with my truck and this low loader, it's kind of rough. with the tires I got on. Alright, to the sawmill. Watch out for the cows. Can I drive through the cows? Ah, you can. Couldn't remember if we could or couldn't. Yeah, so hopefully next month the oak trees are fully grown. I didn't think they were, but after seeing the other one on the side, and they were all the same height, I'm like, oh, so maybe it is fully grown. Should have went with my instinct, knowing all the oak trees that I cut down on New Hope, that, yeah, they just weren't big enough. So yeah, this is going to get messy auto-stacking this stuff, but we'll make it work somehow. Oh yeah, prefab walls, they just take up too much space. So I think what we're going to do is take the prefab walls first. Do I have any more prefab walls in here? I actually do. Now I'm just trying to get the prefab wall to spawn, but it'll probably be the last thing that spawns out of here. A lot of wood chips. Oh boy, maybe I should put prefab walls like on auto selling. Still just on prefab walls. Problem is, on hard economy, I'm going to lose like 30% of the sale. Apparently I'm stuck on the fence. Apparently I'm still stuck on the fence. Since I got prefab walls only, where is the best place to sell those? Maybe I'll go to a different sell point. Is it going to show me on here? Yes. To the warehouse, actually. Actually, you know what? I better tag that place. I know where it is. I just want to make sure I go in the right sell point for it. So I got 5 of these, so I'm going to get like 25,000 for these prefab walls. Think so. You like the idea of the starter silo. When you dump the grain on the grate, it will show the grain in the bulk haul. Oh, so where I'm parking my my drill, the grain's going to go in there? Because I have not used the silo at all here on Kinlaig. Well, that's not going to be good. If I start putting stuff in the silo and having my Massey Ferguson and drill in there, that's not going to work. Yep, 25,000 plus the 3,200 for our score bonus. Almost up to 200 grand in the bank account. So we are working our way towards buying lot number 60. Still not going to get there today, but we're getting there. So back to the sawmill, then over the stonemason, then up to the castle, and then whatever does not sell at the castle, down to the rail yard. Yeah, I've seen the fill pipe on the back of the building. Oh, we got more stuff spawning. I thought that was everything. Alright, unload all that so we can restack it better. Or at least the autoloader will. That is a lot of stuff. Hello, John. Welcome. Hope your Saturday has been well and you're been enjoying your time spending with your visitors. Alright, gonna have to unload it and restack again. Alright, to the stonemason. Already this trailer's top heavy. Just hope I can get everything on the trailer. Loading as intended. That should be everything. It is. Alright, let's go see what the castle takes. I mean, obviously it's not going to take, like, the planks and the shingles. But it should take some of the stone. It should take some of the long planks and wood beams. Yeah, the bank account is healthy-ish. I mean, I still owe way over more than $7 million to the bank. But since we have been expanding the farm in the last year, and now I also just upped the productions in the sawmill to do prefab walls and planks. We're making more money from the sawmill. It's going to look real healthy here in a little while, once I get all this stuff sold, either at the castle or at the rail yard. But I need to buy lot number 60 so we can start building on the windmill. And that is $450,000, so even though the money's going up, that money's going to be spent on the windmill. I'm just hoping that after I get done building the windmill, I can sell the land back, because I really don't want it. I'm just doing it so we can build it. But if I can't sell it back, then so be it. This load does want to tip over to the left. So again, the castle really doesn't need any more material, I don't think, other than possibly cement bags. But the castle offers a lot more for this material. So actually it took a lot of stuff up here. Like 68, almost $69,000 of it. The wide door shed I had in the last map, what was it called? If I got the mod activated, that would help us out. The wide door. Are you talking about the one that had the combines in? That would just be, I think it was this one. So if you're talking about on New Hope where I had the combines parked, it was this red one right here, which is the base game shed. Or if you're talking about... Do I have that one active? Oh, I don't think so. You might be talking about the other shed. I don't think I have that one active. So I don't know what the name of it's going to be. But if you're talking about the one the combines were in, that's that shed there, which was the Groha shed. But I think you're talking about the other one. And I don't know what that one was called. But that shed came out rather early, so if you go like go on the mod hub and go to sheds and go back to like the deepest you can, you'll probably find it. I think it came out like in the first month, because it's like one of the first sheds I used on Riverbend Springs. But I don't have that mod active, so I don't know exactly what it was called. But yeah, just go to sheds and probably go like one of the first 2 pages, or as the mods go, you have to go like to the last 2 pages of sheds, and you'll find it on there, because it came out pretty quick. And I think it sells for 80,000, or you buy it for 80,000. Let's go sell these at the rail yard and see what our money gets up to. Still $200,000 shy of buying lot number 60, though. But hopefully I get like another $25,000 for this material here. I passed it. I don't think I got that shed active. I'll look again, but I don't think it was actually there. I think there's another shed that looks just like it, but I don't think I actually passed it. Alright, I'm going to go around the building this time just to make Bob happy, because he says I've been going around the wrong way. Oh wow, $50,000 for that stuff right there. We're up to $316,000 in the bank account. I played Anno way back when, but nothing at all recently. Yeah, I don't have that shed active. You may have thought it was this one, but this is part of the Highlands sheds. It kind of looks like that's not that shed there, because you can see that shed's way too small. Maybe that's what you thought it was, but it's kind of like that, but double the size, or maybe even triple the size. I think it's like this shed here, but it's open doors. Oh, you found it? Good, good, good. Because I don't have it active on this this series here. At least not yet. So yeah, we're up to 316,000. That's the wrong button I wanted to hit. And yeah, currently the castle, we're on step 43 out of 65. And I'm actually surprised the castle took as much as it just did. Yeah, not gonna be able to get in that door. Gonna have to wait for it to be built. But yeah, we are pretty much down to, I got some silage to sell in August still. But of course, the main thing I need to do is we need to get this onion field harvested. And but we're going to do that tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm going to stream tomorrow Last Sunday is usually a day I don't stream, but we streamed last Sunday and we got a lot of viewers in. So I don't know if that was because I had the pre-release of the map and people were stopping on in. But I'll try streaming tomorrow and see how it goes, see how many people come on in. And yeah, we'll sell some silage and mainly get these onions harvested. Get those up to the vegetable production. And yeah, I got to get it done because you can see now in the forecast it's showing the twister is not too far off. Did they move the time? No, still 5 o'clock. So yeah, we got to get these onions harvested. I might actually come back on later on tonight, see how it goes, and try to get some of this onion harvesting done. Because I got about another 45 minutes in real time to get this harvested. So we'll see how it goes. But I'll be back tomorrow streaming right here on Kinlaig, Farming Simulator 25. Appreciate everyone being here on a Saturday. Watch me do some farming and watch the bank account actually go up for a change. And yeah, we're not too far off from being able to get that lot number 60. We can start building on the windmill. But the problem is if I sleep through the night, $50,000 goes back towards the bank. But that is part of it. We'll be starting off tomorrow with this onion harvesting, picking these up, and getting them over to the vegetable factory. I'm going to jump out of here. I'm going to try to go outside and enjoy the nice weather while I have it, because it's still in the 50s outside here, Fahrenheit. And by Monday, though, we're expecting snow. So going to go enjoy a little bit of what's left of fall, I think. But appreciate everyone being here on a Saturday. Like I said, enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and hopefully you have a good start to your Sunday. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.